training. Today, we are talking about what I consider to be one of the most essential things that you need in order to succeed in your online business, no matter what you're doing. And I'm talking about high quality content and plenty of it. And that's right, whether you are an Amazon publisher, an e-commerce seller, a niche blogger, a how-to information product creator, an affiliate marketer, fan page builder, a coach, or a consultant of any kind. You need content in order to grab the attention of the search engines, brand yourself, build an audience, deliver value to your subscribers, and have them coming back for more over and over again. But here's the problem, and maybe you have already realized this, and this is why you're on today's training. Creating high quality content on a daily, even on a weekly basis is easier said than done. And that's where today's special guest comes in. My very good friend, Mr. Tony Leidig, whom I've known for over 10 years now, believe it or not. And if this is your first workshop with Tony, then you are in for a treat, because he's something of a modern day Renaissance guy. He's a professional photographer, Photoshop ninja. He's a graphic designer. He's a crazy Kindle publisher. And he's also the owner of an actual brick and mortar toy store called Nerdvana. And as we'll see on today's training, he's also one of the best teachers that I know of, period. And of course, Tony also happens to be one of the foremost experts in the world on public domain content. And today, he's going to pull back the curtain on some research that he's been conducting since 2017 and reveal to you on this training today 49 underground websites and little known digital resources where you will be able to use to access almost unlimited free content. And I'm talking about a completely free, high quality digital content like images and designs, audio, video files, full-length books, articles, and so much more that you won't have. Most importantly, Tony has agreed to show you exactly what he and his students are doing with this amazing free digital content in their own businesses, and how you can leverage and monetize it for some big instant paydays as well moving forward. Again, if you use content in your online business in any way at all, do not go anywhere, because these new discoveries that Tony's about to show you may very well change the way that you do things. Having said that, I'm going to shut up. I'm going to go behind the scenes, and I'm going to turn it over to Tony at this point. Tony, take it away, my friend.
Thanks a lot, Jay. It's always fun to be here with your folks and to get to talk about content, because you're absolutely right. One of the things that can be extremely challenging for people is to come up with ideas, with content for products, for blog posts, for YouTube videos, on and on. It can be extremely challenging, especially if you are producing it on a regular basis, or even if your focus is Kindle books or whatever the case may be. It can be extremely challenging. And hopefully, by the end of our presentation tonight, that problem will be solved for each one of you. That's my goal. Okay. So, um, Jay mentioned a little bit about who I am, and I thought I would just share a little bit more. I actually began using public domain content in 1986. I was the general manager of a commercial printing company in New Jersey and discovered public domain maps. And there was no internet back then. So I just printed them out on our printing presses and sold them at the local flea market and made several $1,000s doing that, just face to face sales. I've been creating products online now for 15 years. This is my 15th year anniversary. I also worked as a graphic design professional beginning in 1993. I worked for a number of commercial publishing companies. As Jay mentioned, a pro and commercial photographer. I've done that off and on for years. My wife and I own a brick and mortar pop culture store called Nerdvana Outpost, which is a lot of fun. She's there right now, actually. And I have 2 daughters and 5 grandkiddos and 3 ragdoll cats. So all of the above keep me pretty busy, but I love it. And here's some pictures from our stores. So I want to start off talking about evergreen topics. And this is really important from a foundational perspective because I find many times people struggle with what topic should I make products about, or what should I write my book about, or what should I blog about, or create videos about, or whatever. And I found over the years that sticking with evergreen topics really is an essential thing to understand, because at the core of most business models, your customers are looking for solutions to needs or problems. Now, that need or problem could be entertainment. It could be how to stop snoring. It could be anything. But needs or problems, it doesn't matter what business model you're talking about, it's there. And so while trends come and go, it's extremely important to pay attention to the evergreen trends because they never go away. Evergreen means that the topic has always been popular, it always will be popular. And because of that, chances are very likely and certainly increased that we can succeed online or offline by focusing on those topics. And I'm going to share some of the most popular ones here in just a moment. So if a market has been popular for years and is still popular today, it's worth paying attention to because it's highly likely that it's going to be popular a year from now, 5 years from now, 50 years from now. And remember that when we start talking about content. So let's talk a little bit about some of these evergreen topics. And as you see this list, you're probably going to think, well, yeah, I mean, obviously, right? But within this list of topics, I'm not even sure how many I have. Looks like 12, a dozen. There's a lot of latitude. Okay, so love and romance. Always been love and romance, always going to be love and romance. Now it's going to look different in different time periods, but long story short, it always has been, always will be. Same with food and nutrition. I can't imagine a future human society where we no longer need to eat. Thank God. I love to eat. Finances, saving money, those kinds of things are always going to be focuses for different folks. Parenting, do it yourself, which is a very broad topic. Actually, all of these are broad topics, but something that's never going to go away. Weight loss and fitness, jobs, careers, pets and animals, hobbies and arts, spirituality, homesteading. And what I mean by homesteading is things related to your home. Like that's always going to change. It's always going to look different. I mean, like For instance, a popular topic right now is like living life on the road out of a van or something like that, or converting a school bus, or those kinds of things. It's still a form of homesteading, right? Or you know, planting a an above ground raised bed garden, part of homesteading. So very evergreen topic. Education, of course, is another great topic that is always going to exist, but it's always adapting, it's always changing. All of these are always changing, but yet they're still here. They're still evergreen. They're not going to go anywhere. And so the solutions that our customers are looking for, that the audiences that we want to connect with are looking for, typically come from just a couple places. One is from your own knowledge and experiences. And I've talked to different folks over the years, and it's like, well, I don't really have anything that I could offer others. I'm sorry, but that's just not true. Every one of us are unique. Every one of us has our own skill set. You may not see value in it, but someone else does. I remember a long time ago, several years ago, I was having lunch with a good friend of mine, and we were at a marketing event, and a well-known copywriter came down and joined us, and I was introduced as the public domain expert. And so this copywriter guy was sitting across from me, and he says, "So, Tony, what makes you the expert?" It's a good question. And his name was Ray. And I said, "Well, Ray, chances are likely that I know at least one more thing about public domain than you do. So I guess that makes me the expert." And he just kind of sat there for a moment and nodded his head lightly and then said, "I like this guy." And so each of us have that kind of experience, right? Where, the several hundred people that are on here live right now, if we had the time where I could just go down through the names and say, "So tell me about yourself," it's highly likely that every single one of you knows something that I don't, right? You have experiences that I don't have. And so that has value. There's chances are that you have solutions that would help another human being. Okay. Now, that knowledge, it can also come from knowledge and experience of others. And that's what we're going to be focusing on tonight. Actually, what we're going to focus on tonight is a blend. Okay. A blend of your own knowledge and experience combined together with the knowledge and experience of others. This really is the secret to finding solutions and providing them to our audience. I mean, we've heard the phrase that there's nothing new under the sun, and that's true. Okay. It's just spun in different ways. So whenever you combine your knowledge, experiences, and resources with those from millions of other smart, creative people from all walks of life who have gone before us, that's where the money is. Okay. And the good news is that it really makes it much easier. Okay. Now, from my perspective, and it's been my experience, that the ultimate source for that knowledge, experience, and resources that we need is the public domain. And we're going to talk about why over the next couple slides here. But what I found is that there's no need to reinvent the wheel. The last time I checked, tomatoes still kind of grow the same way that they did 150 years ago. I mean, there may be new fertilizers or strategies that you can use, but all in all, tomatoes are tomatoes, just using that as an example. Selling is selling. The verbiage may be different, the process may be different, but yet by the same token, at the core, it's still the same. And so this knowledge and experience that we have and that we want to glean from others in the public domain can take on a lot of different forms. But the secret is to find the best content. And I'm going to show you how to do that. So even though there's nothing new under the sun, what can be new is the application of that solution. I want you to think about that. You might think, yeah, but isn't public domain a bunch of old stuff? Yes and no. Okay. But remember, we're combining this information together with our own thoughts, insights, and strategies. So even though there's a certain way of doing things today that is much different than what it was 100 years ago or 50 years ago or even 20 years ago, the application is different, but the solution is the same. And the reason why I wanted to point that out is because one of the struggles I see many people trying to come to terms with is that they make things super hard. And in reality, it really doesn't have to be hard. You don't have to overcomplicate anything. And so the secret here that we're focusing on is to combine the old public domain with the new, our specialized knowledge. Okay. And I refer to this as information alchemy. We're just kind of blending the two together. Now, why is this a better approach? First of all, it's easier to start with something than to start from scratch. And I don't know if you've ever sat down to write a book from scratch. I'm working on a novel right now. Never wrote a novel before. And I've had an idea for this thing for a couple years, and I've done research and I have outlines and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, I sat down to a blank screen, and that was brutal. Like, how do you start? There's any number of ways that you could start. But having a place to start, starting off with something is just that much easier. And also, whenever you have access to existing proven answers from millions of brilliant minds, it makes the starting process super easy because now you don't have to know it all. You don't have to research it all. You don't have to do any of that kind of stuff. Like, there's a lot of things that I've created trainings around or created products around. I know very little about it. I certainly wouldn't consider myself an expert. But you know what? There are a lot of other folks out there who are experts that I can connect with. So what if they lived 100 years ago? You know, I can still borrow their genius and bring it forward to today. And really, that's why the laws were even created the way they were. It's so that that knowledge that has existed in times past wouldn't be lost to time. That's why there are copyright laws. Yes, they protect the creators of the content initially, but it lapses into the public domain ultimately so that we don't lose it. So that it isn't gone. And so if the laws are written that way, why not take advantage of them, right? So the source solutions are already familiar to us at a deep level. What in the world does that mean? So there are a lot of things that we intuitively know. It's the kind of thing that we don't actually sit down and go, "Oh yeah, I know that." We just know. And let me give you an example. I'm a huge fan of archetypes. I do a lot of study on archetypes in a lot of different forms. And the reason why is this exact sentence here, because there's just this knowing that exists in humanity about certain kinds of things. So if I talk about the hero's journey, is a really good example. Chances are likely that most of you know what that means, and we recognize it, but we don't. We don't like sit down and watch Star Wars and see the progression of Luke Skywalker and go, the hero's journey. I get it. Or we don't watch Harry Potter and think, you know what? They're really smart because they're using the hero's journey. We don't think that, but yet that that archetype is playing in those movies. We recognize it. And the reason why we recognize it is because we want to be that too. Right? We want to be on that journey. We want to grow. We want to make the discovery. And so as a result, it's familiar to us at a really deep level. And whenever we can take this proven knowledge that we're plugging into along with our own insights and wisdom, we're tapping into a deep level that's familiar with our customers. They don't even know why. It's just, oh yeah, okay. It's part of storytelling, which is really all that products are. Okay. Also, as we're about to see here, there's nearly a limitless supply when it comes to public domain content. Now, let me give you an example. In the United States alone, and I realize that there's, many of you here from other countries, which is awesome. But in the US alone, there are over 85 million books that are in the public domain, over 2 billion worldwide. There's public domain content literally in every country. The laws are a little bit different. We'll talk about those in a moment. But here in the US, over 200,000 magazines. That's millions of articles that we could use as information. There's over 8 million patents now that are in the public domain. Over 100 million images. Now, let me qualify this number. It's an invented number. And what I mean by that is that the number is actually much higher. But there's no imaginable way of knowing how many images, photographs, artwork, so on and so forth, that is actually in the public domain because the number is so high. It's like staggering. It's like trying to count all the grains of sand on a beach. There's just so much that's available to us. Here in the U.S., over 1,000 government websites, books, government created movies, and so on. Now, the government content that's available in the public domain is kind of a U.S. only type of thing, but it's not to say that if you don't live in the U.S. you can't use it, because you can. And then a new development for us here in the U.S. on January 1st of 2019, the 1998 Copyright Term Extension Act finally caught up with the expiring copyrights of books and other works. What that means is the law was changed, mostly thanks to Disney and Mickey Mouse. But in 1998, the copyright terms for works was extended by an additional 20 years, which meant that from the time a work was published, and by work I mean books, films, images, magazines, so on and so forth. So it was increased by 20 years, making it a total of 95 years. So what it means is that using the math here, pretty simple math, but taking last year, 2019, since it was the first year that new works fell into the public domain, if you subtract 95 from 2019, you end up with 1924. Okay, 1924. And so whenever you bring that forward, as we're going to see here in a moment, starting in January 1st of 2020, all of the 1924 works are now officially in the public domain. None of them are protected. And the reason why they go kind of like the previous year, I mean, you would think, wait a minute, you said 2019 minus 95. And because every month, new works were submitted for copyright protection. So just to kind of keep things safe and clean, we typically divert back to the previous year. That way, you know, everything that was published 95 years ago from last year, all of that is now officially in the public domain. Okay, so you don't have to worry about research or any of that kind of stuff. If something was produced in 1924, boom, public domain, period. Okay. Now, in many other countries, they use life of the author plus 70 years. And as that, they have enjoyed new works in the public domain for decades. It's called Public Domain Day, right? And every year, there's a whole raft of new works that fall into the public domain. I'll give you an example. So here in the US, it's based on publication date, which means that if an author created a work in 1924, and then in 1925 and 1926 and so on and so forth, that particular work will become public domain material 95 years after each year it was published. But like in the UK, for instance, 70 years after the author's death. So let's say that the author passed away in 1926. Okay. So 70 years forward from 1926 and 1996, all of their works fell into the public domain. Not just the ones that was published in 1926 or 24, 25 or whatever. They all go into the public domain. So that's probably one of the biggest differences between the US and other countries, is that a lot of the works in other countries go into the public domain sooner than here in the US. So There are actually tens of thousands of books, photographs, art, movies, magazines, and more that entered the public domain here in the US January 1st, right? A whole bunch of really awesome books and magazines and so on. One of the easiest ways to discover these is through this link. And we're not going to really have time to get into that part of it, but I wanted to include the link so you can go ahead and explore. What you want to do is click on this link and then go to the catalog of copyright entries, which is what the CCE here means for 1924. And everything you see in that catalog is officially in the public domain. It's really that simple. So you can also use Google or Bing or your search engine of choice and type in phrases like copyright 1924. I would recommend putting that in quotes, but try both ways, or just 1924 and see what shows up. And then you can also try 1924 with keywords like book, periodical, magazine, newspaper, photograph, painting, board game, card game, movie. You get the idea, right? And so you would be surprised at what shows up whenever you do searches like this. I do them all the time. So, as I stated, new books from 1924 available 2020. I thought I would give you a couple just so that you can get an idea of some of the books that are now officially in the public domain. One of my personal favorites, When We Were Very Young, which is part of the Winnie the Pooh series by A. Milne, now in the public domain. Now, Winnie the Pooh is protected by trademark. The character is protected by trademark courtesy of Disney. Disney owns the Winnie the Pooh trademark, but the story itself is in the public domain. A Hunger Artist by Kafka, public domain. The King of Elfland's Daughter by Lord Dunsany, in the public domain. The Hound by H.P. Lovecraft, as well as a number of other H.P. Lovecraft books. If you're into weird and macabre type stuff, it's in the public domain. Call of the Canyon by Zane Grey. The Enid Blyton Book of Fairies by Enid Blyton. This is an awesome book, actually. Language and Myth by Ernst Cassirer. I don't know. The Concept of Time by Martin Heidegger. Miss Marple Tells a Story, a short story by Agatha Christie. And even The Boxcar Children, which is a very popular novel. Now, it's not just novels that are in the public domain, and a couple of these are not novels. It takes in all forms and nonfiction, okay, and everything else. So let's talk a little bit, just so that we're clear here, on what public domain really is. So works that were created before copyright laws existed are naturally in the public domain because they predated those laws. And so anything that would be considered, super old, like the King James Bible, is a good example. Of that. Works whose copyrights have expired. So we were just looking at how the law here in the US works. So anything prior to 1925, so all of 1924 and before, are all in the public domain now. Okay. And here in the US, whenever works were published before 1964, the publisher or the author or whoever had to renew the copyright 28 years after they first published. And if they didn't file that renewal, their work expired and went into the public domain. And that's actually where a majority of public domain works come from now here in the US, is in that time period between 1923 and 1964. As a matter of fact, it was nearly 90%. Of all the works that were published in that period of time never renewed the copyright. And with magazines, it's even higher, like 96% of the magazines published in that period of time, 1923 to 1964, never renewed the copyrights. So all in the public domain. Then there's works that don't qualify for copyright protection. These can be works that are produced by the U.S. federal government employees because our tax dollars pay for that. That's a really great example, okay? Because there's lots and lots of works that our tax dollars pay for that because our taxpayers pay for it, they belong to taxpayers. Okay, so there's that. And then there's works that are donated to the public domain. And so you might think, well, wait a minute, why on earth would anybody want to donate their hard work to the public domain? You'd be surprised, actually. There's a lot of folks that are very anti-copyright. And so every single day, there are new works of all kinds that are donated to the public domain of, whether it's books or blog posts or photographs or images, all types of things. Go to pixabay.com, which is one of the more popular public domain image sites. And there's literally tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands of images there. They're all new. They've all been donated to the public domain over the last few years. And so the point that I'm trying to get across here, and hopefully you're grabbing this point because it's really amazing, is that literally every day the treasure trove that is public domain content grows. Every day it grows, which is awesome. That's why it's really limitless. Ideas, concepts, formulas, lists, equations, all kinds of things like that, they cannot be protected by copyright according to US federal law. And so what that means is, if you like cooking and you get the latest Taste of Home magazine that has some great yummy recipes in it, those list of recipe ingredients can't be protected by copyright. They just can't. The only thing that is protected by copyright, just using recipes as an example, photographs that are taken of the end result, those are protected by copyright. The description of how to prepare the recipe, those can be protected by copyright, as long as it expresses some form of creativity. What I mean by that is it's not really creative. There's not many other ways that you can say preheat oven to 450. So that doesn't qualify for copyright. Okay. But formulas, and that doesn't, by the way, formula doesn't necessarily mean like mathematical formulas. It could mean formulations. So all the ingredients and how to formulate skincare products in some cases, all right, are not protected by copyright. Methods and concepts like processes are not protected by copyright. It's pretty crazy when you really get into it. Expired patents, of course, are in the public domain. Patents are good depending on the type of patent that it is. If it's a design patent, they are good for 14 years. If it's a utility patent, they're good for 20 years. After that time passes, they cannot be renewed. They automatically lapse into the public domain. That's why there's so many. Okay. And if they don't pay the fees, actually, they also go into the public domain. And nature. Now, that's something you wouldn't normally think about as being in the public domain. But the reality is, it is true. Nobody can stop you from taking pictures of clouds and say, hold on a minute, that cloud right up there, that's protected by copyright. Can't happen. The only exception to the rule is in situations where you have like a national park here in the US, um, and many places around the world. You need to have permits to take pictures to use them commercially. I mean, as a tourist, you can take pictures, but to use them commercially, you need a permit. I encountered this many times. A couple times I got busted for not having permits, like in Gettysburg when I was shooting video. And the park ranger came up to me and said, "Do you have a permit for this?" I'm like, "Permit?" And he's like, "Yeah, you're gonna have to pack up your gear." And he stood there until I did and left. Now I didn't get in trouble. I didn't get fined or anything like that. But um, that's really the exception to the rule. Nobody can stop you from taking pictures of trees or rocks or dirt or the moon or stars or whatever. It's in the public domain. Now, it takes on a lot of different forms, this public domain stuff that we're talking about. It will include books, obviously, fiction, nonfiction textbooks, reference books, encyclopedias, dictionaries, you name it. It includes periodicals, which include magazines, comics, newspapers, journals. You might think, hold on a minute, why on earth would anybody be interested in a magazine from 1947? Okay. Because, like, that's all gone. That's all old stuff. That's exactly the thinking that the publishers at the time had. They weren't looking forward to 2020 and go, oh crap, we better renew the copyright on this, or else some dude in the future is going to use our content and make something new out of it. Like they weren't thinking that way. And here's the reality, something that I've done many times. As I mentioned at the beginning, I'm a photographer. And so there's a lot of issues of popular photography, of a number of other photography magazines that I've gone through and pulled out articles from on given topics, like photographing children is a good example, or lighting or perspective, things like that. The gear is different today. It's all digital now compared to how it was, say, in the 50s. But lighting is lighting. Perspective is perspective. The rule of thirds has not changed. All of that stuff is the same. Okay. The only thing that has changed is the delivery method and the tools. That's all that's changed. And, same is true with training dogs. The same is true with planting flowers or a garden. The same is true with a lot of different topics. Now, there are some topics that people just would not be interested in today. That goes without saying. But there's so much available. Video and audio, movies, music, stock footage. Now, music is a little tricky, only because there was a change change in the law just a year and a half ago that essentially plucked a lot of music out of the public domain for about 2 years, um, to really give more rights to the content creators because up until a year and a half or so ago, music copyright was controlled at the state level here in the US. It was not a federal mandated copyright law. That changed. And so it's actually really good news for all of us because starting in 2 years, there's going to be a lot of public domain music starting to go into the public domain now. Images, so photographs, illustrations, fine art, clip art, on and on. Government content, as I mentioned, web-based content, PDFs that you can download, patents, like go to sba.gov. There's crazy amounts of terrific training on how to start your business. How to build a marketing plan, all kinds of things like that. It's all in the public domain. Miscellaneous stuff. So non-protected information, ephemera, blog content. That is indeed in the public domain. Just any kind of media that you can think of, it's in the public domain. That should be pretty exciting for you. Now, there's also some great categories just to kind of help spark some ideas for you. Like, okay, so I get it. There's a lot of content. What do I do with it? Okay. So let's talk about books. So with books, there's a lot of nonfiction topics, obviously, that you could focus on. I don't know what your particular interest is. But there's also fiction genres. So real easy to rewrite fiction in some respects. It's actually being done a lot these days. You may not be aware that it's happening. Some cases they're obvious, with it like Abraham Lincoln Vampire Slayer. I don't know if you ever read that book or saw the movie. I kind of liked the movie, but they basically took a public domain, said that that was what was really going on with the Civil War, was that it was the vampires challenging the non-vampires like the rest of us. So it was a really cool spin. But one of the things that I discovered about a year or so ago is that it's actually it actually doesn't take a lot of effort to convert old westerns into space novels. I mean, it's literally substitution. Instead of riding the horse, you're in a spaceship. Instead of going on the ranch, you're on a new planet. Maybe it's a mining colony. I mean, it just works really well. Children's books. I love children's books. Many of you probably love children's books because you're one of Jay's subscribers, and Jay has an awesome course on writing children's books. He's been very successful at it. It's one of my personal passions as well. There's tons of them that are in the public domain and very easy to reinvent them in some pretty cool ways. Graphic novels, you can take existing content and turn them into graphic novels, which are very popular these days. Low content books like planners, journals, coloring books, puzzle books, all kinds of different types of low content books like that. There are all of those that are in the public domain already, or you can take the content that's in the public domain. Like I just did one not too long ago. I like hunting treasure. I'm kind of an explorer kind of guy. And so anything that involves exploring, hence, why I'm so interested in public domain. It's like the ultimate exploration. I'm kind of like Indiana Jones for digital stuff. But I also like treasure hunting. Like here in my office, I have a couple different metal detectors and stuff like that. Old stuff again. But there's a lot out there to be discovered. And so I decided that, there's a lot of people out there who are treasure hunters or like going out detecting with their metal detectors and stuff. So why not create a log for detectorists, I also like to go to auctions, and I know a thing or two about buying and selling at auctions. And so I created a journal related to auctions. And guess where a lot of the content came from? Public domain. It's out there. Gift books. Very much overlooked niche that you really can pay attention to. Really, one of those fast growing niches in the publishing market. And then in education, you can develop worksheets, activity sheets, flashcards, games, stickers, posters, all kinds of fun things like that. Image-based products, recreate fine art, use the art for print-on-demand products of all kinds. I have a line of jewelry that I created based on the sun and the planets, the moon, using NASA images. Very easy to do. Fabric, which can be used then in a lot of different forms. Like find the public domain pattern of a doll printed on the fabric using like fabric on demand or Spoonflower, and then cut it out. Sew it up, boom, done, right? Super simple. Promotional products, games, resource bundles. I love games. I like creating games. I have several card games and board games and stuff that I've been working on. And then information. So webinar training. Pretty much every training that I do, and I've taught thousands of webinars. And every training that I do always has public domain content in it somewhere. I don't tell you where it is. I don't say, hey, this part right here, that's public domain, just FYI. I just include it because literally I use it every day. Pre-recorded information. So, creating YouTube videos. I just finally started my own YouTube channel and working on building that and adding content to it and everything. And guess where a lot of that content's coming from? From the public domain. You guessed it. Live casts, podcasts, workbooks, blog posts. So all kinds of information-based products can easily be created out of public domain content. And then the makerspace, which is another area that I'm really passionate about, my wife as well. So digital resources, and I'll give you an example of that. So we have a Cricut machine for cutting vinyl and stuff like that. We have a Glowforge, which is a 3D laser cutter, CNC machines and stuff like that. And those are all driven using vector files. So what I started doing was going to Pixabay and some of the other sites and downloading vector files of like dinosaurs and stuff like that, cutting them out of wood, on a Glowforge, or cutting them out of vinyl. We found this deer that was really cool looking. It kind of reminded you of the Patronus from Harry Potter. And so it's in the public domain. So we cut it out on the Cricut out of vinyl and then put it onto glasses and then sandblasted the glasses. So they're like Harry Potter glasses, except that it's just a public domain image. I mean, there's so many different ways of spinning this stuff. Patterns, crafts of all kinds, how-to projects, do-it-yourself, recipes, just a lot of different ways of, it's almost overwhelming, honestly, how many different ways you can spin public domain content. And as you would imagine, you can also use it for traffic, to get traffic to your website, to your stores, because we're not just talking about products here, even though we've been focusing a lot on products. So public domain is perhaps the best source of content to post to Pinterest, because there's a lot of visual content that's in the public domain, but it also works perfectly for other traffic sources like videos for YouTube and Vimeo, social media posts and memes, blog posts. I mean, on and on it goes. Here's an example, like from this is actually from Pinterest. It's just public domain patterns. Already has 276 pins, 310 followers, just this one page. And so and it's kind of cool looking. I mean, if you look at some of these images, they're pretty, like, I like the retro ones. These here, I think they're super cool. But anyway. Now, Jay had mentioned in his promo email, I'm going really quick and I apologize. I'm kind of fire hosing you and I'm sorry, but I have a lot that I want to share with you today. And, we only have a limited time together. I don't want to keep you here all night because it would be easy to do with this kind of content. So Jay had promised in his email that I would share 49 websites where you can find public domain content. And I have 49, 7 slides of 7. So here's what we're going to do. The first slide, the first 7, I'm going to talk very briefly about, because these are kind of like the big resource sites, where there's a lot of different kinds of content, and the rest of them we're going to kind of blaze through. But when we get to the end of each slide, I'm going to give you an opportunity to screenshot them so that you can have those URLs available to you immediately. And then I'm going to do my level best to get a PDF of these slides to Jay so that he can send them out to everyone so that you have clickable links. Okay. So that way we don't have to spend a huge amount of time going through all of these sites, because 49 is kind of a lot. And these are a lot of my favorites, my personal favorites. So first up, archive.org, Project Gutenberg, Hathi Trust, New York Public Library, Europeana, a Digital Public Library of America, and Library of Congress. So these are hub sites. At least that's what I call them. And the reason why I refer to them as hub sites is because in most cases, you're going to find a lot of different types of content that's in the public domain, on these sites, not just books or just images or whatever. Now, one thing that I will say, just as a qualifier, okay, probably should have said this up front. I am not an attorney. I don't play one on Facebook. So I will leave it to you to do your own due diligence. I always recommend that any website that you go to, even if it says everything is in the public domain, do your own due diligence. Just double check it to make sure. Okay. I do every single time, and I've been at this a really long time, but I still just double check to make sure that everything is cool. And if it's cool, then we're off to the races. All right. So, did y'all get that first 7 there? Next, we have another section of Gutenberg that specifically focuses on periodicals. So most of these sites here are periodicals, pulp fiction, newspapers, those kinds of things, comic books. This comic book site here is awesome, just really amazing. So a lot of these are mostly periodicals of different types. Okay. Next up, we've got a lot of videos, places where you can find videos. So Pixabay, Pexels, Life of Vids, cover.co, Pond5, archive.org again, but just the videos, and Creative Commons on Vimeo. So I'll let you screenshot that. Great resources for finding all kinds of video. And not just old stuff, by the way. A lot of the stuff that you'll find here is new, and in many cases, you can find a lot of great content, even shot in 4K, which is amazing to me. Next, we've got some audio resources. So LibriVox, Loyal Books, Lit2Go, Gutenberg again, but just their audio, Open Culture, archive.org. So these are poetry books that are in audio. Now, the Flickr one, I just basically threw this in. This isn't audiobooks, this one here. It's just a random image file that I needed to fill up the slide with, so we'd have the true 49. But so another great set of resources there. I'll let you click, screenshot those. And then next we've got stocksnap.io, free nature stock. So these are image sites. Skitter Photo, Pixabay, which is probably the one I use the most. That and StockSnap. Gratisography, Pexels, and Foodie's Feed. I bet you can't guess what pictures are on that one. Food. Some pretty amazing food too, by the way. You could literally, there's a couple great food related public domain sites out there. You could literally create an entire recipe book, cookbook, and not even has to take any food pictures because almost all of them have been taken in some form or another and are in the public domain. Like I've tried picking these really random recipes. It's like, this one isn't going to be in the public domain, and go to Foodie's Feed or one of the other sites and, darn if it isn't there. It's surprising. I haven't found one yet that isn't there. It's kind of crazy. So another great set of sites. And then we've got Open Clipart. So these are like vector-based in PNGs and illustrations, those kinds of things. Public domain vectors, old book illustrations, reusable art, damp craft. I forget what is there. It's on this list because it's awesome, but I honestly don't remember what's there now. VisitPix, which is mostly fine art pictures, and then another Flickr channel from USA.gov. So it's where they publish a lot of US government images, is on this one. Okay, and one more slide to round out the 49. We've got government sites. So USA.gov, which is the primary hub site for the US federal government, CIA.gov. And you might think, well, what in the world could we ever use on CIA.gov? You would be surprised. There's a lot of great information. Years ago, a business partner of mine and I had a number of products in the travel space and the cultural diversity space. and a lot of our content was from the public domain, and the CIA site was one of our primary go-tos because we needed holidays, we needed travel information, uh, country information, flag information, all kinds of stuff like that, and we just got it all from CIA because it's in the public domain, you know. So we basically republished it all and formatted it pretty and everything, and then sold the books. I mean, in the thousands. The government printing office catalog, a lot of those publications are in the public domain. Govinfo.gov, USA Publications, data.gov, which actually I probably should have changed that one. I think, no, data.gov is still there. Government websites, I'll just give you a heads up, they change constantly. Okay. They're there one week and gone the next, or renamed or something else. That's why I check them on a regular basis, because they're always changing. SBA.gov is another good one to add in there. So that'll be a bonus one for 50. But SBA.gov, small business information. So I thought I would share a couple examples of how I'm currently using public domain. I could do an entire presentation just on that alone, but I thought I would share a couple of the cool ones. So card decks and games. I mentioned earlier that I like creating card games. I have several that I've created now, and even board games. I actually taught a course last year on how to turn books into board games, and the one case study example that I used was a book from the public domain. Interestingly enough. And so a lot of cool things you can do there. Asset bundles is another thing that I've done extremely well with, where you just find different images or, any kind of asset. So an asset could be text block, or, blocks of text. It could be photographs. It could be illustrations or whatever. Bundle them together and offer them for a price. You've probably seen promotions like that. Low content books, again, I really enjoy creating those, from doodle books, puzzle books, mazes. Really like mazes. Definitely puzzle books. I've done a number of those. Physical products. So e-com has really changed a lot. Print on demand products, so that you can make all kinds of stuff. The apparel, like t-shirts and leggings and shoes and those kinds of things, but then also jewelry, mugs. They're starting to get into home decor and furniture and that kind of stuff now. So a lot of different ways that you can use public domain content for physical products. And I mean, we have some advantages because we have physical retail stores that we can, test out things there, but it works. Characters for new stories. There's a lot of characters that are in the public domain. I'll give you a really good example. I'm one of the weirdos that is fascinated with aliens and Bigfoot, but here's the thing. They're both in the public domain, Nobody copyrighted the concept of aliens, or Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster or anybody else, right? So there's nothing stopping you or I from creating new stories about Bigfoot or about aliens or Dracula or fill in the blank, right? Zombies. And Jay knows a thing or two about zombies. So they're public domain characters. Calendars. I've done a lot with calendars over the years. And most of the content, except for my own photography calendars, a lot of the content came from the public domain, and a lot more. So here's just a couple images of things. My auction tracking journal I was telling you about earlier, the metal detecting journal. These are the covers. Here's one of my card games. It's called Renumerate. And there's two different sets of images here, mostly because I tested out, like, the top design I really liked a lot because I like earthy colors. Then we did a couple focus group tests, and the kids hated the colors. Kids like bright colors. And so I ended up having to redesign them. But like all the patterns in the public domain, obviously numbers are in the public domain. The little pig thing here, public domain clip art. And even like this sticker sheet here, all of the characters, the background, all of it, public domain. Just reassembled and redesigned together. Here's some more. So Stanley the dinosaur, we had a toy store, and he was our mascot. And we did all kinds of things with him, coloring pages and cutouts and stickers and all kinds of stuff, T-shirts, you name it. This T-shirt here in the middle is one that I created. It's basically, whenever they supposedly landed on the moon and said one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. So I took the audio and turned it into a digital file. Whoops. And then, and so this is what it looks like. This is the actual audio file. And then, I don't know if you can see the little lunar module there in the astronaut. It's public domain clip art. Flashcards for baby animals. Aw. All public domain. Greeting cards. These are a couple mugs, like wine goblets or whatever. Harry Potter is really popular in our nerd store. And so some of the products that we sell that are Harry Potter related are our own creations, like the mug here. We white label some things, under our own brand, and which is called Magic and Wizardry. We have a brand called that. And so we create products under that brand. And this is one of the mugs that we created. So it's Harry Potter-esque without trampling on the Harry Potter trademarks. And so that's just a couple of things that I've been doing with public domain content, but literally every day I use it in one another. So as you can see here, the level of content that's available to us is truly amazing. I mean, what you can create with it is really only limited by your imagination. And so, as I said, I use public domain content every day in my business. That is not an exaggeration. That is the truth. Pretty much literally every day for the last 15 years. I've been using it in one form or another. And so it's time to think differently about solutions that are waiting for you in the public domain. In other words, this is the ultimate solution for writer's block, creative blocks. I've been experimenting with music composition using public domain content. I'm not going to get into that now, but it's freaking insane. What you can create, it's amazing. I wanted to get into composing for years, and it's just crazy what you can do with it now. And it's public domain based. So I'd like to take a couple minutes here to share with you some of the pro methods that you can use to leverage public domain content to finally make this thing work for you. And to do that, I've created a number of some really awesome trainings that take what we just kind of skim the surface on here over the last hour and really dives deep into how you can make this work for you, the types of products that you can create. I'm very much a method teacher. So over my shoulder kind of teaching is what I do. It's what I excel at. And so I put together this bundle called Public Domain Hacks Master Bundle. And it's a bundle of courses, okay? The first course in it is called Public Domain Basics. It's just 2 training modules. It breaks down how to research all things public domain, how to make sure that you're not violating copyright, that you're not bumping into trademarks or patents, and that I literally break it down, not only for here in the US, but for other countries around the world. And then it also includes public domain education hacks, again, 3 training modules. And I love this course. I've had hundreds and hundreds of people that go through this because education, parents are taking education into their own hands these days. And I know we homeschooled our girls whenever they were teenagers, and it's been a few years. They're 29 and 30 now, but back then, finding quality content to teach them was hard, a lot harder than it is today. But a lot of parents want to create their own curriculums and do all kinds of stuff. Well, guess what? There's a lot of terrific content that already exists in the public domain. Just have to know where to find it and how to use it. And that's what we get into in this course. Um, Public domain book hacks is also included. And so I get into the best types of nonfiction books and materials that you can create, where to find the best informational content, exactly what to do with the content when you find it. It just goes on and on through that process. If you love publishing and writing books, this is extremely valuable for you. And then, of course, the fiction side, public domain fiction hacks, same kind of approach here. The best genres of fiction to focus on. We get into rewriting strategies, how to develop your content for specific age groups, all of that. Then a public domain image hacks, probably one of my favorites because I'm kind of a visual guy, being a photographer and all. We get into the fine art market and how to use image compositing, some pretty amazing photo to art software to hit the fine art market hard. It's amazing what you can do with public domain images and this strategy that I teach. How to use simple vector files for on-demand physical products. And then we also talk about image-based low-content book strategies that people overlook. I'll give you a hint: gift books. So I have an entire module on how to use public domain content to create gift books, which is a great low-content book strategy. And then maker hacks, where to find content resources related to arts and crafts categories, the most popular ones. How to profit from that content in the maker space, the different kinds of projects that you can make, how to make them, and so on and so forth. So, and then I decided to round out this particular bundle with a couple PDF books that I put together because some folks would prefer to read. You can download these and print them out. Public domain Kickstore is 195 page PDF that again outlines the copyright laws. We get into characters that are in the public domain. So like we were talking earlier about Bigfoot and aliens, 40 different ways to profit with public domain content. I have a whole section on creating resource bundles. I also take you through how to take a public domain craft book, turn it into new products. There's more resource links in there. It's pretty comprehensive. And then the Content Kickstart is 226-page PDF that you can download and print. I have folks that literally have these two books printed out on their desk right next to them all the time. And so this gets into additional ways to find and use public domain content, kids' books, illustrations. This section right here, how to legally exploit non-copyrighted copyrightable content. That one tiny section in this one PDF is worth the entire cost of the course. Honestly, is that one line right there. And what I share there, it's scary, but it's super crazy. What I reveal there. Finding magazine content, image secrets, and so on. So there's also a number of bonuses that I've included because I tend to be an overachiever when it comes to putting together courses. And so there's a section in here on book layout, cover design, 70 more public domain photo sites, 35 more public domain book sites. There's creation checklists. There's worksheets. There is additional video training on character development, photo compositing, poster creation, on and on it goes. Okay, so it's a very comprehensive training. So This is all that it includes. These are all courses, and then the additional bonuses here. And to get ongoing access to the master bundle, instead of it costing $9.97 or even putting it out for $4.97, which honestly I really should, today it's just $197. Okay, so it's a pretty crazy value for everything that's included. Now, there's a few of you who really like to take on, as Jay would put it, the big enchilada. Like you just want all the stuff, just give it all to me, Tony. Don't hold back. So I put together a bundle for you folks, and there's probably quite a number of you on here, knowing the kind of folks that Jay pulls in. So let me tell you about the ultimate bundle. It includes everything that we already looked at in the master bundle, but it also includes all 6 public domain reboot courses. So a while back, I decided that I wanted to teach a 4-module course on all 6 primary areas of public domain content. So I have 4 modules on books, 4 modules on periodicals, on video and audio, on images, on government content, and miscellaneous content. So there are literally 24 modules of training. Most of them are hour to an hour and a half long. And so the master bundle includes those courses. It also includes the Easy Product Expert course, which is 6 modules. My first public domain course called Public Domain Blueprint, all 8 modules of that. Public domain profit strategies, trade dress and why it matters. This is a topic that nobody's teaching on at all. Not because it isn't important, it's just because very few people are aware of what trade dress even is. Honestly, trade dress is one of those areas that you and I could get into trouble and not even realize it until we're at the butt end of a lawsuit. Okay, so it's really important, and it does relate to public domain content. There's a dedicated Facebook group for the hacks courses, and you can get ongoing access to everything for the master bundle and in the ultimate bundle for $4.97. So instead of paying $19.97 or $9.97, if you went out literally to buy all of these things independently off of my website, you're going to pay way more than $4.97. And I have some folks that have done that, and I appreciate it, but today there's no need to do that. So jrecommends.com/Tony is the link that you want to pay attention to. It probably is in the chat area, if I would guess. Yeah. And I want to share just a couple testimonies, if I could. We're going to wrap things up here, and I want to answer some questions. But here's one testimony from one of my customers, longtime customers, Matano. I don't know if he's on here live tonight or not, but he said, I think it's important for me to speak on this since I own every public domain product you ever put out, even if there has been any overlap, which there almost never is. With iterations, the absolute gold, platinum, and titanium nuggets Tony delivers is worth into the potential millions of dollars if and when put into action. Operative words right there. I have never once felt oversold or underdelivered from Tony, much the opposite. He overdelivers to ridiculous amounts, almost to the point of feeling like there are multiple courses found in one. And that's before you even add in his kick-ass bonuses. And then Liz says, all of your courses, webinars, trainings overdeliver with content and insight that is kick-ass. Your perspective is always so refreshing. Your insights resonate. And your repeat customers should be a testament to your success as a teacher. Thanks for your continuing education. My folder, Tony Latta University, continues to expand on a regular basis. And that's true because Liz buys pretty much everything that I put out, which is very humbling, and I'm very appreciative of that. So these are the 2 bundles. Master bundle, you can jump in at that option there. It's perfect for getting started into the field of public domain. It's just $197. Or the ultimate bundle, the big enchilada. as Jay says, that really is the best deal. This is not like I'm going to go through all of this in a weekend. You know, I would never expect anybody to marathon through all this training because there's a lot of it, but it really is like a university level training that has got you covered in every way you can imagine for just $4.97. So, Jay, I'm going to flip things over to you so that we can answer some of the questions that I'm sure have come in.
Hey, buddy, you bet. We have had so many questions. I've been flagging them all as quickly as I have been able to, but most of which I've not been able to answer. So keep those questions coming, and we're going to get to as many as we can here today. But first, let me say, first of all, thank you for that amazing presentation. You want to give Tony a virtual round of applause if you thought just the content that he presented here today was thought-provoking and maybe even something you've never heard before and that you totally appreciated and will be using moving forward. Give him a little feedback. Everybody loves that, right? I agree. B. Young says, always amazing and inspiring. Thank you. Applause, says Cheryl. Yeah, thank you so much. Awesome. Well, listen. Here's the deal. If you enjoyed this training and got a lot out of it, just imagine how much more, how much better, how much more you would learn by jumping in here and getting one of these programs. Either one, honestly, is going to be the bargain of a century. I have purchased almost all the programs. I've paid full price for them, and you're not going to have to. Okay, because you're my subscriber, because you're on this training, you are getting an incredible discount. Those numbers that are actually crossed out there, those are real world values. Okay, I know that because I've paid that for all these components individually, but you're not going to have to. So do not wait, because these discounts will not last very long. As I say, we're going to answer as many questions as we can here today, but we will be logging off here very shortly. We've been on for almost 90 minutes, and so don't wait. If you know that this is something that you're going to be using over and over and over again, if you know this is a resource that you've been waiting for, even if you didn't know it before you jumped on this training here today, don't wait another minute. Click on that link so that you can secure these special discounts, or they're probably Tony's special discounts. I'm taking credit for your hard work, buddy. So thank you for that. But in any case, hey, listen, don't wait, because these are in fact special. Whether they're Jay or Tony specials, they're special, and they're not going to be available for long. And we will be logging off soon. So click on that link in the questions box. So in any case, hey, I've got something. As if this wasn't enough. I'm actually going to take the screen here, because as I like to do sometimes, and as I'm able to do sometimes, I have created a very special bonus package. This is sort of something that I put together especially for you, for this training. And because I know how valuable this is, I know how good this is, and I want you to experience that as well, to benefit from Tony's extensive knowledge. He is like the man. He very humbly said that this was this is equivalent to a college university course, and I would submit it's actually much more than that. We're talking about 25 years or more of his experience and expertise. So listen, can everyone give me some feedback? Can you see my screen? You should be looking at my, I'm scrolling up and down on Tony's cool sales page here. You should be looking at my Chrome browser. If so, type the number 1 in the questions box. If you'd be so kind, just give me some feedback. Thanks, Ursula. Hey, Courtney, Cheryl, awesome. So this is it. This is where you go. Click on that link. It will take you to this page, and you will be able to choose between bundle number 1, bundle number 2. They are both amazing values. Of course, ultimate bundle is the extreme value, and I can see just looking at my shopping cart here that most people are jumping in at that level. And in addition to that, as I mentioned, I want to give you something special. I want to put a big fat red cherry on top of all of this here. I'm going to unpause my screen here and show you what's going to be available, the bonus that I put together for everyone who is jumping in here today at any level, this is what you're going to be getting as a special bonus courtesy of me and Tony as well, because he was involved in this too. Starting with the Kindle Book a Day Challenge. If you're publishing anything to Kindle, you are going to love this. This was actually something that Tony put together a couple years ago, as I mentioned. And as you may know, he is a crazy Kindle publisher himself. And he said, you know what? I think I'm going to do a challenge. I'm going to publish a book every day for 30 days. And I'm going to turn on my camera and show everybody exactly how the heck I'm doing that crazy feat. Well, you are going to be able to look over his shoulder. I actually purchased that myself, and I got permission from Tony to have my writer create summaries for each one of these 4 weeks of the training. And that's exactly what you're going to be getting here with this challenge. These are, boy, this is so big, it's hard to even load there. Maybe I'll go back there. In addition to, so basically this is an entire course that you are getting in addition to everything else that you are seeing here today. And as well as that, you're getting the PS Instant Expert. Excuse me, I'm coming down with a cold here. Apparently, you're getting the PS Instant Expert course, which is going to be the perfect complement for anything and everything that you're going to be doing with public domain images that you're going to be leveraging and finding and discovering and using in your business moving forward with this course. This was a training created by Tony. Actually, Tony and I partnered on this product a couple years ago. This is a $197 value. If you have zero experience with Photoshop and you want to become literally an instant expert, this is the ticket. It's a $200 course that's available to everyone who is logging in here today. I'm still waiting for this page to load. Apparently my my connection is pretty slow here today. So this is available to everybody, all right? I want to let you know. And for everyone who's jumping in at the ultimate bundle level, and let me know if anyone has jumped in, if anyone is invested here at any level, I'll get these bonuses to you. Just type I'm in to the questions box. But anyone who's jumping in at that big enchilada ultimate bundle level, you're going to get something really special that's actually not available anywhere else, starting with my exclusive interview with Rebecca Fine. Does anyone know Rebecca Fine? Anybody familiar with The Science of Getting Rich? I mentioned it in a couple of my emails this week. It's actually a book that's over 100 years old that Rebecca kind of discovered in the same way that you're going to be discovering these incredible resources yourself. Rebecca came across this book called The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace Wattles. It was over 100 years old. And she built a $1 million business out of this public domain book that was literally a century old. And I was so intrigued. I had to know how she did it. And so I sat down and I interviewed her. And you're going to be able to access this special interview that's not available anywhere else except for right here. For everyone who's jumping in at the ultimate bundle level, you're going to get these secrets from Rebecca Fine herself, the $1 million public domain business builder herself. So that's going to be an incredible resource for you. In addition to that, as I mentioned, not only are you getting an additional course called the Kindle Book a Day Challenge, but you're getting 3 additional courses on top of that from Tony called Easy Book Illustrations, which is awesome if you are publishing children's books, easy book content, and super easy book system. You notice the word easy. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. This makes it, this sort of greases the rails for your personal production and profits moving forward. You're getting 4 additional courses recorded in PDF format with Tony's permission. I had my writers do it because I love them so much and I wanted to record them because that's how I like to, that's how I consume information myself. And this is available to you as well for everyone who's jumping in, again, to that $497 bundle. In addition to all that, you're getting 600 royalty-free music tracks with every type of and style of music available that you can use in your YouTube videos. You can use these in any particular way that you want. You have 100% rights to these. You cannot resell them, but you can use them for all content, all of your own content moving forward. Swiss Army knife products. I call this the 5-in-1 products program. And Andy Halliburton, my superstar video creation guy, actually created this for me, showing my exclusive process on how to take a single piece of content, starting with perhaps an ebook or a public domain book or a special report or something like that, and explode the value of it in the marketplace by creating 5 additional products, including a PowerPoint, mind map, video, audio, and special report out of that initial piece of text product. Does that make sense? Is anyone excited by that? I know, it just gets better, right? And last but not least, you are getting my Udemy 101 course. Anybody familiar with Udemy? Okay, great. Yeah, I am. Yeah, Udemy is one of the top information product marketplaces on the globe. And can you give me some feedback? Let me know that you can hear me. I need to know. Can you hear me okay? If so, type number 3 into the questions box. Thank you so much. Okay, last but not least, you're getting my Udemy 101 course, which is it's going to show you how to take any one of these pieces of content or ebooks or videos, etc., and turn it into a brand new information product that you can be selling on Udemy moving forward. It's a very powerful information product marketplace. I've made thousands of dollars on Udemy with my own information-based products, and I'm going to show you how to do it as well. So there you go. Everyone who's jumping in at any level today is going to get a fairly incredible bonus package, and I'm happy to do it. And of course, the best bundle, as I mentioned, the best value is this $497 Ultimate Bundle, and certainly my big bonus reflects that as well. So Robert says, okay, I'm in. Where do I start so I don't get overwhelmed? Oh, that's a really good question. Tony, let me put that to you, buddy, because there is so much training, because this is the best training of its kind, and there's so much of it. What do you recommend for someone who's just jumping in here so as not to experience overwhelm and get the most out of this, and be able to find their way through all of these courses in a meaningful way?
Yeah, so what I usually recommend is to start off with public domain basics training first. And the reason why is because it's the basics. It kind of lays the foundation and gets your head in the right space for finding and working with public domain content. After that, it really comes down to personal preference. So like, for instance, if you are interested in publishing books or that kind of content, then I would go to public domain book hacks. Like, that would make sense. If you're an image nut like I am and you love creating visual type products, whether it's e-com products or something else, then I would recommend going to public domain image hacks after that. And then just kind of work your way through the process. You know, I would start off with letting your personal interests guide you through the process, but not overlook the other ones later on, because what you'll find is that a lot of this content works together very synergistically. You know, like, for instance, if you're interested in developing products for the education market, in more cases than not, it's both text and image based, right? So it can make sense to explore all of them, of course, in time. Like, again, it's not a marathon. You'll have ongoing access to them until, the zombies attack. Or
The cows. Come on,
blows up,
zombie cows.
or whatever. Exactly. Darn cows.
Well, I think that's really good advice, buddy. And basically, it's, I would start from, if I were jumping in here, I'd be like, what are you most interested in? Are you already publishing fiction to Kindle? In which case, you might want to start at the public domain fiction hacks. Are you image-based? Are you doing any photography? Are you selling any image-based programs, right? You might want to jump in and start at the image hacks, but you can't really go wrong. Wherever you start, it's going to be so interesting and engrossing. If you got something, if you were just like, if this opened up a brand new world for you as you jumped onto this training and you're like, oh my gosh, I had no idea that this was available to me in the public domain and so much, much more. Just imagine what's going to be available to you inside this training. This is a lifetime supply of public domain training and then some. And with that incredible webinar only bonus that Tony has generously made available to you, that's not, I know it's not available anywhere because he just created it. It's worth $200 and you can access it at any level here today, at any investment, whatever package you choose to jump into, it's going to be yours. But you have to take the next step right now. Before we log off, we will be logging off here really soon. And after that, it's not going to be available. Tony said that himself. And so, you know what? This is extremely time sensitive. And so it's up to you right now. Click on that link in the questions or go to this URL. I can see lots of people saying, I don't see the link. Here's the link. Type that into your browser or click on that link in the questions box and get inside and secure these amazing discounts on these superb packages that's going to help you move forward. It's going to help you explode your profitability and in addition to all of my bonuses and that one-time webinar-only bonus that Tony just mentioned, it's all waiting for you, but you have to get inside because we're about to log off here very, okay? So we do have some questions. My gosh, I've flagged a whole bunch of them. But if you got a question for Tony, now's the time to ask it. And I'm going to scroll up here and just read some of them that I flagged as we were going through that fairly incredible presentation, Tony. B Young wants to know, what if, wait, that's not it. Heck. Robert says, do you have to use the author's name or can we put another name in the work? I'm thinking that he's referring to maybe one of the books in the public domain. Do you have to cite their name if in fact you use that in a different marketplace?
Yeah, so legally you don't, okay? But it actually can be very advantageous for you to do so. And I'll give you a couple examples. It's like if you're republishing a book as is, honestly, it's a little more tricky because in most cases, Amazon won't let you, okay? Because especially if you find the book online, Amazon has this rule that if their customers can find a work online for free, then they're not going to allow you to take that work and sell it on Amazon. That's just how that, which is why I always encourage everyone to make a derivative version of it, meaning that you add in your own value. Now, that said, let's say you wanted, you really book The Art of War, which is in the public domain. And let's say you wanted to make a version of that, okay? Maybe update a little bit or whatever. So, so you could have like The Art of War by, what was it, Sun Tzu that wrote it, and your name, okay? So that's one way that you can handle it, and that way you're actually leveraging their brand awareness, their name, even though they're long gone, you know, or like Think and Grow Rich for 2020 by Napoleon Hill and Tony Leidig, right? So something like that you can do. Because here's the thing, what you don't want to have happen, it can have a negative impact that if somebody, they buy your book, your name on it, and then they start reading it like, wait a minute, you know, this isn't Robert, this is so-and-so, you know. And so you don't want that to happen either. You know, so I believe in giving credit where credit is due. And another way you can handle it is like on the copyright page or maybe on the title page or something, based on the original work by so and so. Okay, so you can do it that way as well.
Yeah, that's great advice. Excuse me. So I hope, calling all Kindle publishers, I hope that you can see the value of the secret that Tony just shared with you. Again, I recommend and Tony recommends add add additional value, add your own secret sauce to whatever you're using here. And you can also leverage, right? It's not necessarily a handicap if you're using the author's name. If it's someone well known, you can leverage that for additional juice and to add additional credibility to your book if that's something that you want to do. So I hope that what was it, Robert saying, I'm an Apex Authors member. How can I leverage this info with Apex? Does that make sense? Does that make sense, Robert? Does that answer your question? Okay, great. All right, we have lots of questions. Again, if you have a question for Tony, type it into the questions box so that we can get it answered. We want you to have all the information that you need here today in order to make a smart decision about whether this is for you or not. And that's okay too. But listen, if you're sitting on the fence, I don't want you to miss out. And Tony doesn't want you to miss out. This could change your business. This could change your life. This could make things blow up for you simply because you were able to access, you know exactly how to access and leverage a lifetime supply of unlimited content to give you an advantage over everybody else who's struggling out there to create content on their own, okay? But you got to take the next step and you got to do it now because we're about ready to log off. Click on that link in the questions box and get inside while you still can here today. Another question here, how to dovetail this with other courses that we may already have purchased from Tony. I know these bundles, right? I've purchased a lot of these products before. Let me just say my 2 cents before I throw it over to Tony. You may own one of these courses or 2 of these courses, but you probably don't own most of them. And because of the heavy discount, the steep discount that I've asked Tony to extend to you, and he's graciously made available here to you on this training, especially because of that brand new bonus that he added here, which nobody has. I guarantee nobody in the world has that because he hasn't even launched it yet. He hasn't made it available to anyone else except for you right now. It's going to be worth your while to get inside at whatever level makes sense. So depending upon whatever level of your fandom of Tony Leidig you currently are. And so click on that link and get inside now while you can, if only for that bonus, for that exclusive webinar only bonus that Tony talked about a couple minutes ago. Tony, does that make sense? Did I say that right or what?
Yeah, definitely well said. Because I mean, you could certainly go buy the individual courses to fill in the blanks to make up the bundles, but quite frankly, you'll likely pay more to do
I
that
did.
than to just grab the bundle.
I
So
I think
that's the beautiful thing about bundles, I guess.
Rita wants to know question: what kind of image software programs are needed to create fine art, and are programs like that free or paid? And what would you recommend?
Great question. So the short answer is that there are both free and paid versions of software out there. I'm a huge Photoshop fan. I've been using it for 25 years. But the reality is you don't need Photoshop. You can do anything, pretty much anything that you want to do with images from the public domain using photopea.com. So it's a Photoshop clone of sorts that's online. If you're an Affinity person, like Affinity Photo, Affinity Designer, Affinity Publisher, those programs, they're like $50, right? They're great programs. I did a review on them not long ago, a deep dive on all 3 of them, and they're awesome programs. And so you can use that. There's a lot of great photo to art software out there, both free and paid. The paid is better, quite frankly. But like JixiePix.com, that company, I own everything that they have, just because it's amazing, and you can really create some awesome stuff with it. Turn your photos into paintings and all that. I do it on a regular basis.
I love it. Great advice. Thanks, buddy. Um, Listen, we are about ready to log off in a couple minutes. I have to give you sort of this final last call message here. Let me know if you have any final questions so that we can get them answered, so that you can ask the man himself, so that he can give you his professional advice just like he did for that particular question. Or if you have any sort of last kind of a, if you have any question at all that's sort of standing in your way of moving forward and taking action here today, I call them deal breakers. If you have a question like that that you just have to have answered before you move forward and take action, let us know so that we can get it answered, so that you can get that behind you and move forward with this amazing resource under your belt and start monetizing this. These public domain resources, millions and millions of public domain resources and content pieces out there in your own business. Go ahead and type your question into the questions box before we log off. And if you're ready, don't wait, because we're almost there. Click and reserve your spot and access that incredible bonus that Tony mentioned that's going to save you hours and hours and hours of time. That's available only on this webinar. If you can hear our voice right now, it's available to you, but it will not be for too much longer, because we're about to log off. David says, is there a good resource for trivia related content for game creation in the public domain? I know you love game creation. You want to talk to Tony?
Yeah, there's all kinds of things like that that are out there, including like joke books and all kinds of trivia information for sure. Now, obviously, you may not find modern day trivia that's in the public domain, although you could, because there's so much content even today that's being released into the public domain. But of course, on the other hand, you have fair use, um, so you can fill in blanks, under fair use, just like in addition to anything you would find that's in the public domain.
Awesome. It's all in there. And yeah, that Facebook group is extremely active, and Tony's over there to answer whatever questions that you may have moving forward. So that's going to be a great resource to you as well. But you got to take the next step. We're about ready to log off here. We have a couple last minute questions we're going to get to, but for the most part, we're kind of done today. It's up to you right now. Click on that link in the questions box and get inside, access these incredible discounts. My exclusive $800 bonus if you're jumping in at the $497 level, just like Soletta did. She says, I'm in at $497. I can see lots of people doing that same thing here today as well. That's absolutely the best value. And also that incredible webinar only bonus that Tony's extending to you that he just created, that's going to give you an incredible advantage over everybody else trying to do the same thing, but without Tony as a mentor and without all of those links and guides in that database. And so don't wait. It's all happening now. I don't want you to get left behind this year. That's kind of what's at stake here. And that's why I have Tony on. Tony is the most popular guest. I have people request him to come on in training. I'm only able to have him on once or twice a year. This is the night. This is your time. And I cannot, and this is good. Unfortunately, this is going to be disappearing very soon. So do not wait. We're going to log off here in a couple minutes, but get inside while you can. And access that incredible discount here today. Whatever package you choose, click on that link in the questions box. And I will be, people saying, what about your bonus, Jay? Great question. I will actually be delivering if you want my bonus here today, I'm willing to do it. Just type I'm in into the questions box if you've already invested, if you've already gotten in, and give me about an hour's time off here and take get something to eat. But I'm going to deliver my big bonus to you over the Facebook group today. And so if I've missed you, type I'm in into the questions box, and I'll give you a link behind the scenes, and it'll take you over to Facebook. If you just be so kind as to leave a quick post over there and let Tony know why you jumped in here today, I would appreciate it. And I will send those bonuses over to you today. You're not going to have to wait until next week for me to deliver them. Okay. If not, that's okay. I'll just get them to you on Monday or Tuesday. So, but if you want it today, just type "I'm in" into the questions box so that I can deliver that to you personally over in Facebook today. Jacob says, so dang tempting, Tony and Jay. Well, you don't have to be tempted by the fruit of another, Jake, and you can jump in and you can actually immerse yourself in the goodness here. Don't wait another minute. David says, I'm in with the ultimate bundle. Congratulations, sir. Robert says, I'm in. Richard says, I'm in. Sharon, Saletta, congratulations, everybody. You made a really wise decision. I know you're going to love this. And I know you're going to love Tony's teaching style. If you love this program here, if you got some value out of it, just remember, just imagine what's going to be available to you inside. Just jump in and breathe a sigh of relief knowing that you have the absolute best training of its kind that's going to help you explode your earnings moving forward, no matter what kind of online business you may have. And towards that end, Frank has a really good question here before we jump off. He says, what would be the sort of the fastest path to cash? How do you make money the quickest with this information? Before you answer that, Tony, let me relate a story that you told me, I think it was a couple of years ago, about a student who actually created a comic book based upon comic domain books, and he went to Comic-Con in Southern California, and he sold $10,000 or whatever it was worth of these comic books within an hour or two. You want to talk about that a little bit, and maybe talk about one of the best ways for someone who's just getting started to monetize this information and everything that's available in the public domain?
Yeah, it wasn't a comic book. It was a coloring book that he created using public domain images. And I guess his son and his son's girlfriend already had a table that they were selling pop culture stuff at San Diego Comic-Con. He attended my training, got an idea, ended up producing this coloring book based on public domain superheroes, and printed off like 1,000 of them at Staples, just in the hope that it might work, and sold out in hours. I mean, I was blown away. Damn, why didn't I think about doing that? I mean, it was just one of those really cool things to see somebody take action like that and to have such great results. But fastest path to cash is always a tough one to answer because I don't know you, and I don't know what your skill set is, or your work habit, or your interest, or any of those kinds of things. But for me, like if I had to just focus in on one, I would probably say something image based, because there's tons of images in the public domain, and just even the list that I gave you tonight, you could go to like pixabay.com, honestly, and download one of the images, like a vector image or something like that, slap it on a mug, have it online within 10 minutes, and potentially make sales. So something image based is going to be faster than something that's text based, just because you can create stuff with images faster.
Yeah, I love it. And I mean,